So, just as the title says, I have this nitric acid that I'd like to clean up and purify. In particular, I've got this store-bought stuff, but this is only 40% or... yeah. Oh no, it's 70%. Anyway, it's not nearly concentrated enough nitric acid, so I'd like to concentrate that. And then here's my old nitric acid that I made. As you can see, it's yellowed quite a bit. It's just been hanging out in my fridge for years at this point. So, let's clean it up. Woo! Yeah, it may be old, but it's still kicking. Holy! Ah, who needs a funnel? Oh shit, I probably should have put the less dilute stuff, or the more dilute stuff in first, huh? Oh well. What's the saying? Always add acid? Perfect. Alright, so the boiling point of nitric acid is 86 degrees Celsius, I believe, something around there. So it's very close to the boiling point of water, but there is enough of a difference that this simple distillation apparatus is plenty enough. Theoretically, if I wanted to make super duper clean nitric acid, I should be doing this with a vacuum, but I ain't got all that, so just a shame, really. I do have a connection ready to make a vacuum, but I don't have a vacuum pump for it, so gotta be what it's gotta be. Now, this guy. Perfect. All right. I'll turn this on. Okay. Perfect. Well, nothing to it but to do it. Oh, I should have put a stir bar in. Oh well. Hopefully the glass is kind of etched enough that it'll nucleate, because this is old glassware. There's actually a chip in it you probably can't see. But it still works. I don't want you to know this, but you should always eat, drink, and smoke next to chemicals you're working with. It's really, really good for you. Helps build up your immune system. Shit, I don't have a lighter. Well, there's nothing coming over it yet, of course. I mean, this is still stone cold. Both of those chemicals came straight out of my fridge. But it's already starting to make a little bit of nitrous oxide, or nitric oxide? Whatever the NOx product is that makes a really deep orange haze, the same thing that's actually colored the acid itself. You can see it's starting to let off just a little bit, or at least it looks that way to me. I guess it could be a trick of light, but. Oh no, that's definitely, yeah, that's definitely off-gassing a little bit. Yep. So I've never actually distilled just pure nitric acid before. All the distillations I've run have been a mixture of nitric acid and sulfuric acid and potassium nitrate, which I'm going to guess acts pretty much the same, but I don't really know. Apologies for another hiatus. I don't know, man. I don't really have any excuses. It's just, you know, I don't have the fucking energy half the time. You know, I get home from work and I just don't want to do much of anything, to be perfectly honest with you. So I do apologize. I keep meaning to start stuff, to do stuff. I still want to continue to hold. That's not stop. It's never stop. It's just, I can't get around to it, I guess. That's all right. Of course, there's no one here. All right. Now, theoretically, I should be trying to actually make good videos edited, so it's not just a waste of time, so you're not just watching me sit and watch a goddamn nitric acid distillation complete, but oh well. I don't even know if you can hear me, actually. I'm watching the audio thing. My AC is on, if you couldn't tell. yeah. Well, it's actually already starting to try and come over. And it is turning red. So part of the reason it would be better to do this under vacuum, yes, it boils at 86 degrees, but nitric acid has a tendency to decompose. That's the NOx products, which are very visible now. That happens because the nitric acid just on its own breaks down, right? And it'll do it faster with heat. So if you can run the distillation under vacuum and keep the heat much lower, then you get much purer nitric acid that's not been badly contaminated. Now, there's red fuming nitric acid, which tends to be around 80%, 85%, and that's actually sufficient for what I want to do. So I want to do nitration reactions. In particular, I still want to make gun cotton. So red fuming nitric acid is adequate for that. That's industrially what they used to use. It's just red fuming nitric acid. Now if I was to get a vacuum and be able to pull this under a vacuum, I could probably get up to 95, 98% nitric acid, and that's called white fuming nitric acid. Difference being the red fuming is very red, and the white fuming, because it doesn't have as many of those NOx products dissolved in it, is clear. It's actually clear. And they're both fuming because, well, let's see if this will still fume like crazy. Yep. So it literally, at room temperature, just fumes like a crazy. It's great. And obviously, the purer the nitric acid is, the less dilute it is, the more it fumes. So I'm assuming, I've not had white fuming nitric acid, but I'm assuming if I were to have that, it would just be fucking billowing clouds of vapor out of it. It'd be fucking crazy. You know, something you definitely want to do indoors without a fume hood. Wow, that is turning red. I don't know if that's showing up on camera. Oh, barely. Let's see. Let me move a couple of things. Let's see if I can get you. Oh my god. It's like blood red now. It's crazy. Ah! Tripping over everything. Come on, get out of there. that off. Take that off. Ah! That was probably painful to listen to. I apologize. How do we look? How close can I get? Ah! Still have to keep everything plugged in, so I'm dealing with a tangle of cords. But look how red that's gotten. My goodness. And then, yeah, you can see the orange of the nitrous products all the way coming through. But yeah, that's turned very, very pretty shade of red, I must admit. Oh. Really terribly abusing this poor shotgun mic. Would you stop? Alright. There we go. Hopefully that's pointed in roughly the correct direction. Let's see if it's still responding. Yes. Okay. It's so red. That's ridiculous. Oh. All right. Oh. We're starting to get a vapor front. Now, because it's such a short path, I don't think I'll need to insulate the, any of this stuff. I don't think I'll need to, wrap it in foil. If you've watched various chemistry YouTubers, you will have seen that trick multiple times. Nile Red, Applied Science, is that his name? I don't know. He's making rubidium, I believe, right now. Should check out his channel if it's the right one. Some German guy. Very German. I would almost say offensively German. Watch me be completely wrong. Watch him be like Hungarian or something. He sounds German. God. I don't know. I haven't heard him say Leipzig or something. So maybe. Wow. Oh God, there's just fumes coming out of this thing now. Oh no. All right, that's very beautiful. I like the vapor, but can we actually get some liquid coming over maybe? How do you feel about that? It's thinking about it. Oh yeah, yeah. All right, let's turn the temperature down a hair so that we don't over. Yeah. The smell too. The smell is profound. I don't know how to describe it other than pungent and tangy. So, I gotta show this up close. This is great. So that little vacuum fitting is shitting out the nitric oxide, the NOx products that, you know, continue to be a problem with this distillation. But that's showing up. You can see the gas that it's shitting out. And of course the flask is filled with the gas. Nothing really coming over yet. It's thinking about it. I've got some droplets forming on my my condensing tube. So we will get there. All we have to do is believe. This is, look at this effect. Is that showing up? It's condensate forming on the ground glass joint inside there. Still just decomp products coming over, unfortunately. Yeah, you can see that coming out. Beautiful. I guess we'll see how that turns out. All right. Yeah, come on. I don't actually have a camera stand, so I'm just using a shelf bracket, actually. Oh, needs to be tipped up more. Oh shit. There goes my spacer. Give me back my 22. Or will this work? Whoa! Whoa! Oh, that's cool! I wish I was watching while that happened. I guess it managed to drive off the NOx products. We're getting stuff over now, rapidly, but it's no longer red. That's interesting. It cleared up completely. It's crystal clear. Insane. I don't remember that happening. And we're getting a very clear vapor front now. And I guess it kind of hit the point it needed to be at, and then Bam! Once it actually started boiling. That's cool. I gotta find a better way to mount this camera so that I can take it and walk it and move it and do all that stuff much easier. Because right now it's a bit of a fucking mess. Grab that. Okay. Come with me. Look at that. Cleared up completely. Absolutely crystal clear. And it cleared up all the way up. You can see there's a little bit of that tainted, I guess, nitric acid stuck up there. When it's condensing, it's nice and clear. It's nice and clear. Well, it's a little bit yellowed coming out. By the time it comes out of the condenser, it's already decomposed a little bit, which is to be expected. And then this glass is still full of crap. I wonder if I should try and go ahead and discard that first little bit, get that gas out of there. The problem is if I turn the apparatus off, we're going to decompose and it's going to be the same problem again. So I don't think I will. I think I'll just go ahead and let it run. I mean, it's going to be cleaner than what we put in, so ultimately, if we're getting better, we're getting good enough for now. All right. Ah! Fucking shit. That's kind of fun. All right. So just like I thought, the glass must be etched enough that it's nucleating just fine by itself. No chips, no stir bar, nothing. It's doing fine. Looks like I'm condensing pretty much entirely near the very, very start of the condensing column, which I think is what we need. Oh, it is good. Oh, thank you, Fall Down. I can't believe that's actually, it's working. It's just working. It's nothing's gone terribly wrong. Coming over at a good rate. I really should get, because it's acid, I've tried putting a thermometer adapter in there, just a cheap little one, to try and keep track of the distillation temperatures properly. It melted. It gets eaten the fuck up instantly. Like that, maybe I'm using in fact, I almost certainly using the wrong type of thermometer adapter. But either way, the one I used would just, whoop, gone. It's fucked. So maybe I should get an IR thermometer to read it. It's not perfect, but it's better. We are dealing with the difference of 86 degrees versus 100 degrees, obviously. So that should be able to be picked up, I would think. Now, plus I could use it for other distillations, so. Whew. Water feeling. My cooling water isn't feeling too hot. It's warmed up a little bit, but not much. Beautiful. It's not even shitting fumes out everywhere. Well, not anymore. Is there anything coming out of here still? No, not really. Anyway, because we added, this is a 200, about probably 100 or so milliliters of 80%, and the rest of it is 70%. We want to get it to around 85, 90%. So I guess since I can't really go by temperature, I'll just go by how much is left in the flask, the distilling flask. So I guess I'll shut it off when I've got a puddle just on a little bit. And then I'll hopefully have relatively pure nitric acid again. And I can make nitrocellulose. Oh, hey, Ian. See if I can grab you again and show you the distillation as it's happening and the, or excuse me, the condensation in the condensing column. Doop. Right there. Is that focusing? Oh yeah, look at that. Perfect. So you can see it's all condensing right there near the top, the very first part of the condensing column. I'm going to try to keep it that way. I assume we want to drive basically as little heat. We want to drive heat in slow and steady, right? Like I said, nitric acid decomposes with high heat. So we want to reduce how much heat we're putting into it so that it doesn't decompose very quickly. So I assume we want, basically, we want it condensing right there at the very start of the column, because that means we're not overdriving it with a ton of heat or anything. I should say all of this is, I assume, I think, I hope. I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. I don't know if that's fucking apparent. I sure hope it is. I'm fucking some white trash dude from Iowa. I don't know what the fuck is going on. Alright. Let's see. Wonderful. Every time I take the camera off, I have to check it on the monitor. Walk over and check it. I have such a great setup. You know what I kind of want to try? I think I should make nitrate a cigarette paper. Make it into nitrocellulose. So the instant you go to light up, just whoop, the entire paper burns and all the fucking, the tobacco just falls out. Because this nitrocellulose, when it works, it's quick. It's real quick. Hopefully, if this happens relatively quickly, I'll be able to show you. I'll be able to finish. I'll be able to do one piece of gun cotton and show that off. That's incredible. I guess, I don't know. I guess, yeah, I can see it. I can see it. The fucking, it's this that makes it, that's the only thing that makes me look like Ian, I think. It's the Van Dyke mustache and beard. That's what that's called, right? This is a Van Dyke. Not 100% sure. Still moving and grooving. Beautiful. That one's best new. Why not? I'll be right back with the beer. But yeah, making that prank cigarette, the only challenge, well, there's two challenges actually I can think of. First of all, you're gonna wanna have sort of the filter area, a separate piece of paper or something. Like you don't want that to also go up and burn people's lips. Unless you really don't like them, I guess. But The other problem, and more serious problem, I think, is I have no idea how the gum arabic they use to, make the little line of glue. I do not know how that would react in the nitration mixture at all. Probably just, I don't know. I don't know, honestly. I mean, there's not a lot of it on there, so it's not going to do anything like catastrophic, like explode or anything. I don't think. But, yeah, I don't know what gum arabic does in a nitration mixture. I suppose it'd be interesting to find out. That's running smooth. Beautiful. And it's all just clearing up the entire way down, even the receiving flask. The decomposed, the nitrogen NOx products are getting driven out slowly but surely. Now I'm pretty sure it's gonna sit in there and just kind of slowly decompose. So it'll probably continue to be orange the entire time, I'd assume. Well, then again, I don't know. It's been so long, man. We're starting to get enough in the receiving flask. We are fuming out of the vacuum attachment. Yep. Yeah, that's that. Yep, those are nitric acid fumes. So it's starting to fume. That's good. It's fuming out of here. That means we are collecting relatively high concentration nitric acid. Running it without grease, without kick clips, just the most terribly unsound distillation ever. But hey, it's working. I actually ran a water distillation through here real quick last night just to clean everything up. Make sure there wasn't too much dust in it or anything because it's been sitting for ages. It is beautiful watching that vapor front. I should try distilling some of this shit-ass alcohol, this beer I've got. Try to make pure ethanol out of it. Turn the most disgusting, despicable, not very pleasant at all natty ice into very despicable, not nice at all schnapps. Stick a fucking cinnamon stick in it. I'll make sure to use the same glassware too. That way I have the highest possible chance of literally poisoning myself. I'm already running a fucking nitric acid distillation and smoking near it. I've got my cigarettes right under that distillation apparatus, drinking near it. Why not? If we're gonna go in, we're gonna go in all the way. I can't believe how well that's running. I can't believe it. Fuck! There goes my assembly of washers that I was using as a spacer for the bolt that's far too long. Anyway, that's going super good. Look at that. Nice and steady rate. And again, it is clearing up slowly but surely the receiving flask. Everything else at this point has, all of the contaminants have been driven off completely. So it's nice and clear all the way down to the boiling flask, which is wonderful. And then we've still got our vapor front, our actual, where it's condensing, nice and consistent right there near the start. Just what we want. And it's absolutely beautiful, isn't it? Even in this low res camera. Really looks something nice. But as long as we're getting a nice consistent grip. I don't have my heat all the way up. I've got it a little bit low, about halfway, and that seems to be plenty. All right. Let's turn it around a little bit. Yeah. Whoa. Whoa. We're Dutch angle. We're doing a Dutch angle. Would you play nice, please? Like that. It's still Dutch angle. Holding the camera to the flasks introduced. Oh, yeah, it's probably just interference because of the, I'm probably rubbing up against the mic cord. I'm not using the microphone on the camera. I have a separate shotgun mic over there. So I'm probably just, I've got cords, like I said, kind of flying all over the place. So probably I'm just interacting with the cord. Introducing noise that way. I say that, maybe it's something else. It could also be the laptop itself that I'm using to record on. Because the laptop is making distressing noises lately. It's probably not good. I wonder, what could it be? know if you start hearing that buzzing, Hein. I'm going to start pulling at wires, cords, see if it's that. I mean, I should show you. I should show you the digital or the analog to digital converter, how I've got that set up right now. It's beautiful. Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, I hope it's not annoying or not too annoying, because I gotta be honest, I'm not gonna be able to fix it. At least not right now. So. I don't know, maybe. Is it the interference from just the camera? Possible. Oh well. Let me go grab my phone so I can show you how the, I guess the analog to digital converter is set up. It's a work of art, let me tell you. Post that in Discord. What the hell? Ah, not that. There you go. I'll post it in num biggers. But the video showing how the actual recording thing is set up. It's just floating. It's there, floating. Still looking good, feeling good on this. Yeah, I might turn up the heat a little bit just to see if it'll go a teensy bit faster. Just barely though. Really not going super high on it. Like I said, we want to minimize how much heat we're pumping in there so that it doesn't decompose. still good. I thought it was starting to brown up in the condenser column again, you know, like it was decomposing too fast. But it doesn't look like it. I think that was just my imagination. I hope, I pray. Ah, we're getting more fuming out of the vacuum attachment. Always a good sign. This thing's still pumping. Yep. My water temperature is still nice and low. It hasn't risen very much. I know one time when I was doing this in my garage, I forget how much I was making. It was quite a bit. I was distilling quite a bit. And it got to the point that my cooling water was like hot, like hot tub hot. Not boiling hot, fortunately, but like hot enough that it was probably not going to work for distillation very well. Because remember, the boiling point is 86 degrees. So it's actually pretty easy to kind of not cool it down enough, especially when I'm using a condensing column that's just this little itty bitty guy. Works fine if you keep the water cool. I'll swap it out when it starts getting too hot, or just dump some ice in it. You don't want it super duper cold, like you don't want it ice cold, because of the temperature differential. You can crack the neck of where the condenser column is if you have too high of a temperature shift. So again, there's kind of a sweet spot. I mean, it's a pretty broad sweet spot, but you want to stay in there with your cooling water. Otherwise, either you're not going to be actually condensing it and it's not going to distill properly, or you're going to break your distillation column. And yes, I have done the latter. On one of my distillation columns, I did exactly that. Had ice cold water trying to do the cooling, and it shattered. Shattered right at the neck. It's terrible. Like I said, I'm really profoundly amazed that this is actually just working. There haven't been a lot of things that have just worked lately, so that's a nice surprise. All right, let me go get some chew. yet, but it's coming out of there for sure. I mean, I guess I could. That didn't work. The evil fuming butt plug here. I still love that. And then you blow on it, and it makes even more, or just, you know, get the wind on it. I would rinse this out, but I actually don't have any distilled water. So I'm still going to use that as my storage flask because it's got that flat bottom. That's super handy. I just set it in my fridge. And I'll be able to get rid of this stupid thing. There's still a little bit in there. Whatever. It's not worth it. It's not worth it. Sure enough, it's condensing a little bit further down. And I can see it decomposing very, very slightly. It's going to be impossible to see on the camera, but I can see like the condensation front will come down, and then right where it stops, all the stuff is condensed, there'll sometimes be a kind of puff of orange. It's subdued, it's not very bad, but yeah, it is decomposing very slightly. Suppose maybe I should turn it back down a little bit. Oh, he's good. I mean, as good as, I don't know. As good as a cat can be, I guess. He's not sick. He's got a little bit of a, he gets into fights, I think. He's got a scab on his neck, but I've been watching it. It's been healing up fine, so. Doesn't seem to bother him too much, so it's not infected or anything. Like I'll sit there and poke at it, and he won't mind. So. Other than that, he's been a right terror, constantly begging for food and everything else. Attention. Turns out he's an attention hound for sure. All right. Still going strong. Still feels good. Is he outside right now? I should go check if he's outside. I think he might be outside. I think he asked to go out just before I went on stream. He was outside. I let him in. We'll see if he wanders down here. It's a warm, freaking hot day outside. Well, what's it say? 80 degrees? Yeah, he hasn't given me any bills for a therapist, so I must not be terrorizing him too much. It's funny, he really does have nerves of steel at this point. Like, he's not gun shy. At one point, I was feeding him, and I leaned over, and I usually keep a 6-in-1 screwdriver in my breast pocket. You know, I leaned over. Oh, there you go. You just knocked everything over. Meow. Anyway, What? What have you got on your eye? My goodness. Come up here. Come on. Come here. What have you got there? What have you got there? Got a big booger. Get that eye booger. There you go. Is that better? Is that better? You're being blocked by the pail. Nobody can see you. Oh, ow, ah! Okay, yep, I got the message. You don't like that. I won't do it anymore. You do have a big old booger in your eye, though. Stuck in there. Oh well. Doesn't seem to be bothering him, so. What? What? Oh. Who's good? Don't bite me. Don't bite me. But yeah, so I leaned over and my 6-in-1 fell out right next to him, and he just like looks over, big old clatter and bang, and doesn't scare him at all. Doesn't turn him off at all. He's still just right there by his food dish, like, okay, you gonna feed me now? What do you do? Good boy. Yeah, it's definitely a little bit tainted. Honestly, probably dripping through that big cloud of NOx products is not helping. He is. He's far too used to everything at this point. I don't think you can scare this cat anymore. I didn't mean to train my cat to, you know, not be gun shy like a hunting dog, but I managed it. I did it. that slowing down slightly? Yeah, it is, a little bit. Well, I did turn the heat down a little bit. And sure enough, there is less decomp going on than I can see. So I guess we'll keep it at that level. Slow and steady wins the race, right? Very tortoise in the hair. Woo. Man, I'll tell you what. It's a warm day out, well, very hot day out, in fact, and I went to mow my lawn this morning. Unfortunately, I didn't think about, first of all, I hadn't had breakfast. And second of all, the dew point was so low, I was just fucking sweating, man. And you know, I think I was practically having fucking water condense on me from the atmosphere, even though I was nice and warm and toasty. Because man, by the time, I don't have that big of a lawn. It's like 30 minutes to mow it. It's not that bad, usually. But man, I had to come in and take a cold shower. I was like shaky. I was not feeling well after that. Just because of mostly the humidity, I guess. Yeah, it was terrible. Meow. Meow. What? What? Meow. Meow. Yeah, I had to come in and lay down after that. I was, not feeling well at all. But once I ate something and laid down for a bit, had a cold shower, cooled off, it's fine. Well. I do still want to try that umbrella. In fact, I think I'm going to probably be able to do that this weekend. Well, I might have to wait till next week. But I do want to do that. I will say Rations is probably far more entertaining than I am, so. I've had a plague of fruit flies lately. Hopefully all this nitric acid fumes kills a few fruit flies. That'd be nice. I could probably properly clean my basement instead. That'd probably be more productive and better way to do it. But let's just laden everything with a fine coat of tobacco smoke and nitric acid fumes and NOx products and God knows what else. And eventually it'll just be so toxic that fruit flies can't possibly live in here. basement looking like the fucking Psalm. Anyway, like I said, all of this, whole idea here is to hopefully make my own ammunition, or my own propellant for ammunition. So, the problem I've had, so I've been nitrating cotton balls, and they nitrate very well. You can tell that they get churned pretty much completely into nitrocellulose based on how fast they go up. You light them on fire and it's just gone. They're gone. But I think that's actually not exactly what you want with smokeless propellant. So let me grab some smokeless propellant and show you sort of the burn rate that would be normal. Now you have different powder speeds, I guess would be the way to say it. You've got very, very fast powder for pistols, and you've got relatively slow powder for rifles. Obviously, intention being you're burning over more of the barrel length, which is good. Prevents, pressure spikes, and then that's for the rifle powder, which burns slower, and then pistol powder, obviously, you want it to burn really, really fast because you've only got 4 or 5, maybe more like 4 or 5, maybe even 3 inches of barrel to work with. So you need it to light up instantly, and you need it to have that pressure spike. But in either case, they actually burn quite slowly. Right. So here's some Hodgdon. I think it's Hodgdon. Here's some Hodgdon 110, which is a pistol powder. So you can see, well, maybe you can see, I don't know if I'm getting it on camera, but it is a very fine powder. Despite that, it doesn't burn very quick. See that? Let me see if I've still got a little bit of nitrocellulose. Oh, I need to look weirder. Also, yes. Hello, Hidden. Let me see if I can. Alright, so I think this is some of the nitrocellulose I've still got. Oh, fuck! Hang on. Now we're Dutch angled. Woo! Let's close that before I break it. Put a little spacer right there. Are we pointed the right way? Yes, sirree. All right. All right, so Yeah, that's the way the nitrocellulose is burning. So it's way, 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 way too fast. And it's also, I've tried it in 38 Special. It's also not got any power to it. I think what's happening is basically, it's nitrating very well, but it's just the surface area is way, way, way too big. So I think I've got two options to try and make this a more usable product. Either I can try to dissolve it with some sort of solvent like methyl ethyl ketone or some other strong solvent to try and turn it into first, you know, first a liquid, I guess, and then basically dry it out so that the nitrocellulose forms thin film, and then that should burn slower because it's, you know, obviously you're reducing the surface area. The other thing I could try, and I think I'm probably going to do this first, is to make some nitrocellulose and then put it in a press and just squish it. Squish it real hard, right? And that can probably effectively do the same thing without having to deal with getting a solvent and then dissolving the stuff and then kind of recrystallizing it, I guess would be the best way to put it, even though it's not going to form a crystal. But the same way you put on like wood varnish or wood polycoat, same deal. It goes on as a liquid, and then when it dries, it becomes a thin film. But I think that would cause problems. Plus, if I understand correctly, nitrocellulose actually forms 3 distinct products, basically, depending on how well it's nitrated. Forms mononitrocellulose, where there's one nitro group attached to the cellulose group, dinitro, and then trinitro. And mono and di both dissolve in solvents relatively well. But from what I read, yes. But from what I read, trinitrocellulose actually doesn't dissolve. So if this has become a good majority of trinitrocellulose, it might not dissolve in the MEK at all. Now, I haven't really tried it. I should. But that's the other thing. I'm not 100% sure what solvent would be best for it. I'm saying MEK, methyl ethyl ketone. I've had experience with that on other things. We use it at work. And it just fucking dissolves everything. Like, you put it on plexiglass, it'll eat the plexiglass. It'll, like, etch it, basically. It's ridiculous. It dissolves fucking everything. What rations? Meow. Meow. You want outside again, bud? Hang on. I think Rations is asking to go out. Yeah. All right. Yeah. All right, he wanted back out. But yeah, even even though it doesn't really work as propellant, the cotton ball nitrocellulose is fun, right? Woo! that on camera at all? Did that actually show? Was I in the proper spot for it to show up? I don't know. Let's see here. Let's see if I can get right up to it. Center it. Center it. Okay. Woo! But yeah, you saw that versus the actual powder, the actual commercial. That versus the actual commercial gunpowder. So like I said, what I think is happening, the nitrocellulose is, it's nitrating very well. It's making the product I want it to. I just need to compress it or otherwise, compress it basically, so that there's much less surface area and much more energy density too. Because like I said, I tried it in a 38 special and it was wimpy. It was very, very wimpy. I filled up the entire case with nitrocellulose cotton balls, and you know, you could just tell based on the recoil that there was no power to it. It's very clean though, I will say. It burns exceedingly cleanly. Like, I think cleaner than commercial powder. Significantly cleaner to commercial powder, because of course the commercial powder is primarily based on nitrocellulose, but it's dissolved and reworked into a emulsion, I guess, and then filled with binders and stuff, and then turned into the powder. So it's nowhere near like pure. It can't be. Commercially, it can't be. So if I can get my nitrocellulose working, maybe I'll have a very, very, very clean powder, which is kind of amusing. Now I know outdoing commercial powder, at least for black powder, is actually not crazy difficult. There's a guy on YouTube, what's his name? It's like, oh God, now I gotta look him up. He makes black powder. He makes his own black powder. And the powder he makes outdoes, like the premium commercial stuff, which is, it's called Swiss powder, Swiss something or other. But he outdoes that with his homemade powder. So at least making black powder better than commercial grade is very feasible and doable at home. Now he takes actually the same source from what I saw. Let me look up that channel name. It really is a fantastic channel. He made his own black powder 303 British too. Or everything black powder, that's his name. But 303 British in particular is very, very interesting. The first version of 303 British was a black powder round, but the way they did it is basically, so they made the straight wall case first. They made the case a big straight wall. And then they shoved a pelletized, sort of compressed block of black powder into it. A little bit like Pyrodex pellets, a little bit like that. They'd actually shove that into the straight neck before they put the bottleneck in it, so that it filled up the entire case. And then they'd put the bottleneck. So you can't reasonably make original black powder 303, because you can't, you know, you'd have to flare out the neck, put in your pelletized black powder, and close the neck again. Pretty much impossible to do. So what he did is he filled up the case with black powder and then shoved it down, and then filled it up again and shoved it down, and filled it up again and shoved it down. I want to say 3 or 4 times to, as best he could, sort of simulate that construction. It's not going to be 100%, but it's going to be as close as anyone can get reasonably without having to make the cases entirely from scratch, basically. Yeah, no, so the smokeless loading, which came about very, very quickly after the original 303, yes, that did use Corvette. But the original, the very first batch of 303 they ever made was a black powder cartridge, and that's actually very common for turn of the century powders, turn of the century weapons and gun ammo. That actually happened with the Swiss? Yes. The Swiss K89 rifles, which you may hear called the Schmidt-Rubin rifles. The first version of the gun, the K89, made in 1889, used if I recall correctly, it wasn't 100% black powder, it was a mixture. It was like part black powder, part smokeless powder. Again, that was common around the turn of the century, because the thing about black powder is that it ignites very, very, very easily. Much easier than in smokeless powder, in fact. So you can have kind of crappy primers that they're not that great, but it'll catch black powder, and then from there the black powder will ignite all the smokeless powder. Obviously you're taking a ding out of your overall power. It's going to be lower pressure, lower power than if it was entirely smokeless, but it improves ignition is the big thing. Because like I said, black powder is just way easier to ignite. It's actually, again, something you can very easily sort of see just by igniting a line of black powder versus smokeless powder. Let me see if I can find some black powder real quick. All right, so here's some triple FG, which is, you know, the standard powder you'd use for almost everything at this point. You can get 2FG. Sometimes people use 2FG for like long guns. But for the most part, most loadings at this point pretty much universally use 3FG for the entire load, because it's fine, it works. Modern metallurgy doesn't really care. You can load it up almost completely, and like a modern black powder gun just doesn't care about loading so much. It's very hard to blow them up with black powder. It's very easy to do it with smokeless powder, as we learned. But not so easy with actual black powder like it's designed to take. But yeah, black powder, again, wow, okay, here I go saying, oh, it's so easy to ignite, and it just won't ignite. Awesome, yeah, there you go. But yeah, black powder, you can see, burns almost the same way that my gun cotton does, where it's just instant. So yeah, practically speaking, you can actually, I know there was one guy I saw who, he makes his own primers, and to improve their reliability very much, just a little bit, he puts just a tad of, just a touch of black powder in them, because the black powder ignites so easily and adds brisance, which is having incandescent sort of particles shooting out and lighting everything else. Works to help improve ignition practically. I'm sure at the time too, we're talking like the 1880s, 1890s, you had these nation states that they had very robust and good systems to make black powder. They had a whole industry set up to make black powder, so why would you might as well keep using it for a little while, right? Until obviously smokeless powder just becomes, if you're not using it, what the fuck are you doing? So the evil version, I like it. I still want to make rocket balls. It's kind of funny. Everybody's making volcanic pistols now, or semi-volcanic pistols, or things very similar to the volcanic pistol. I think it's Uberti. Is it Uberti or the other Italian? They make black powder replicas. They're making one. They're making a volcanic pistol in 380. The pirate pistol, of course, is basically a volcanic pistol in 380, lever action pistol. None of them want to touch the rocket ball concept, even though it'd be so fun. I guess I can't really blame them, but it'd be cool. It'd be cool for somebody to go ahead and fuck it, sell it as a package deal. Sell it with 100 rounds of ammo, and that's all you get, basically. I think people would still buy it just for the novelty of it. I don't know if that's possible. Is that legal? Can you sell a gun with ammo? Oh, okay. Not a problem. Is that any better, Toy Soldier? I'm a little bit worried about turning up the gain too much because you're about to hear it once the air conditioning kicks on. It's rather loud. All right, tell me how bad the air conditioning is. I kind of have to shout over it. There we go. It's going full tilt now. Alright, still going at a pretty good clip for the distillation, so that's good. Well, probably when I actually start uploading regularly would have a better chance of having actual fans, but I can't promise anything. I can't promise anything right now. I want to be uploading more. I do. It's just doing it. It's hard to get started, I guess. There's enough smoke in here now, it's actually kind of hard to tell. I think it's still fuming out of the vacuum attachment a little bit. but like it's hard to tell. It's a little bit smoky in here because of the black powder in the cigarettes. All right, let's see. How would I be able to? I kind of want. I'd like to dump a little bit out of this out and, well, not dump it out, but put it in a smaller flask so I can show you how fumy it is, but that's still going. We'll let it go. Yeah. I can deal with box fan down the hall. But yeah, especially, it's super easy just to be lazy about it, isn't it? I gotta get this nitrocellulose going though, because I'm gonna be going to a family thing in September. I want to bring some of my homemade nitrocellulose to scare everybody. My aunt was actually haranguing me to bring homemade napalm, but come on, that's easy. You just mix styrofoam and gasoline. It's nothing. That's no fun. Come on. So, make some of my nitrocellulose and have a little party trick to show off that, like the stuff I showed you at the very least, and hopefully actually have some homemade ammo that works pretty well. Bring my junky fucking clapped out Rock Island 38 revolver that I made into a Fit Special. Bring that out and shoot it a few times. See if it explodes. It should be fun. Why the sugar? Does sugar help with it? I guess it'd make it stickier. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, I could see it. Motor oil, though, I don't know if I'd go with motor oil. You definitely want at least some gasoline. Well, for thickener, the thing is with gasoline, the styrofoam will pretty much just keep dissolving until it gets to the point that it's like really, really, really thick just by itself. Like, you can just keep adding styrofoam, man. Yeah, well, that'd be worth trying. Does diesel dissolve sugar? Well, what they used in Nam also had a large amount of benzene added, I know. Like, proper commercial napalm involves a lot of benzene. Yeah, that's my thinking. You want something that'll ignite relatively easily. Now the sugar, I can see that being a great idea, because when sugar burns, it like turns into a black viscous like molasses, right? So that could make it really, really sticky. see, that's the thing. If I need a special dispersion device, that's going to be yeah, technically feasible, but why? I don't want to do that. I guess the styrofoam itself is also going to, well, it'll include a lot of air, naturally, because the styrofoam is foam. So dissolving styrofoam will induce a lot of air. Or wait, does styrofoam dissolve in diesel? I assume it has to. Well, that's no fun. Why would I want to make fucking napalm that's not super volatile? I want it to have a vapor pressure of like, well, I want it to have as high of a vapor pressure as possible. I want it to be fuming, just so it'll ignite instantly. So it's as dangerous as possible. That's the way we want to make napalm. We want it to be dangerous. Well, yeah, but come on. You don't want to be the guy that, like, he just explodes randomly? But yeah, that's the other, styrofoam, obviously it's going to introduce a lot of gas, but I guess I don't know what the gas in the styrofoam is. I don't know if it's just air. Could be just air. If it's just air, that actually maybe introduces problems to doing an actual flamethrower. Because if you've got a bunch of air dissolved in your napalm, and you know maybe then the flame front can travel back into the tank, that'll ruin your day, I'd imagine. But I don't know if the gas that makes the styrofoam foam, if they use air, or if they use argon, or if they use nitrogen, or CO2, or what they use. I don't know. I guess probably just air. That'd be cheapest. Just compress some air and blow it in bubbles through your reaction vessel that's making the styrofoam. But I'm not sure. Nope. I'll tell you that right now. Pressurizing it ain't gonna push the gas out. It's gonna dissolve it further. It may be a non-polar solvent, but it still works the same way, where gas dissolves in it easier at higher pressure. Not the other way around. So of course, what? No, it's gonna be just as big of a deal, isn't it? Like the dissolved gas would still be able to react, wouldn't it? I guess the testing is required, but maybe I should just go get some big old sheets of the styrofoam paneling, you know, for insulating walls. Get some of that and start dissolving it in different solvents. Diesel, gasoline, diesel gas mix, maybe some motor oil. Try it out. See what works best. I suppose that's really what I should do before I disparage any sort of comments. Now, pressurizing it would be a whole thing. I actually thought about how the best way to do that would be, and I guess basically using a big spring-loaded piston, right, would be the best way. So you fill up the tank, and then you kind of screw on the cap, and the cap has a big old compressed spring in it that's just pushing down on your fuel. But of course that would make, you need a custom tank for that and all that. Wow, that's a lot of work. Probably a custom tank with a central shaft running through it. The piston comes around the shaft and gets pushed down that way. That way it's not getting cockeyed and getting bound up. Well, no, that's, so the big problem and what I'd be most concerned about is, let me see here. Well, no, bike pump's not gonna, again, I mean, well, it could work, but you do want to keep the air and gas mixture separate. I'm telling you, if there's air dissolved in the gas, it runs too high of a risk of the flame front traveling from the nozzle back up through because there's air there. It doesn't ignite except outside the tank. That doesn't work unless it's just fuel in the tank. If you've got fuel and oxidizer in the tank, the flame can come back up and burn in the tank and explode, I'd guess. You want just napalm in the tank. So it's got to be, like I said, a piston, kind of like, you know how Easy Cheese canisters are made? They've got an internal piston, and yeah, it's powered by air. But I'm thinking with a bike pump, or, you know, you can only get up to like 110, 120 PSI maybe. We're gonna need it higher than that. Now I gotta look. I wanna say that second tank was a pressure vessel. Yeah, so the M2 flamethrower had two tanks on the side that were your fuel, and then it had a central tank that was a pressure tank. So, was that pressure tank, was the pressure tank just air? I guess it probably was. Yeah, I'm guessing, I don't, it's hard to find an actual design doc, that shows the internal structure of the fuel cans. It could have worked just like a garden sprayer, you know, where, yeah, that pressure tank is just shoving air into the top and your fuel is getting pushed out. But again, I want to say that's iffy. Seems iffy. Seems iffy to me to have pressurized air getting shot in there. And they could have used noble gas. They could have used just like pressurized argon or something. That'd be fine. Or pressurized nitrogen. I guess, what pressure is a standard nitrogen tank like for welding? What's that at? Or an argon tank or whatever. All right. Here's a 45 cubic foot nitrogen cylinder. Now that's just the nitrogen cylinder. That doesn't. Let's see, 40 cubic foot nitrogen tank pressure. Oh, service pressure of 2,000. Yeah, fuck it, just do that. 2,000 psi. Yeah, fuck the whole piston idea. Let's just hook one of these up. A nitrogen tank, so for sure it won't, you know, it doesn't run the risk of having oxygen introduced into the tank. Again, seems like a really bad idea. And I'm saying that, so. But yeah, 40 cubic foot tank of nitrogen standard is 2,000 psi when it starts out. So that'd be plenty, I would think. So that way you can fill the fuel tanks, you know, disconnect the nitrogen cylinder, open up the fuel tanks, they won't be under pressure, and then you can fill them up easy peasy, close it up again, and re-engage your nitrogen cylinder to pressurize it, just like a garden sprayer. Just like a garden sprayer. That's pretty cool. I didn't know that. All right, they're not even that expensive, actually. 2,240 psi service pressure. Awesome. How's this guy doing? We are slowing down somewhat. There's still quite a bit here, it looks like. I've got a 500 milliliter flask for my boiling flask. Looks like I'm down to about 200 milliliters, I'd say, of acid water mix. I started out with about 500 milliliters. We'll say the average concentration was, conservatively around 85%, judging by how much it was fuming. So let's see, 500 milliliters times 0.85. All right, so yeah, all but like 75 milliliters. We'll say, what if we're at 80? It's very possible. Then we were looking for around 100 milliliters left in the flask, so we're not quite there yet. I'm not going to be able to use my flat bottom flask. There's too much acid. I have too much acid. That's a good problem to have. Because yeah, I should be getting around 400 milliliters of acid, relatively pure acid. I'm guessing probably around 90%, maybe more. We'll see how much it fumes when I get it out of there. Then we'll know roughly how pure it is. So yeah, like I said before, basically, the more pure the nitric acid is, the more it fumes like crazy. You know, and that's very apparent with the 70% stuff versus the stuff I made. Stuff I made, like I said, I would guesstimate 85, maybe at most 90% concentration. And it fumes like fucking crazy versus the 70% ACS stuff I've got, which does fume, but not much. I'm also glad it's actually not shitting out too many fumes. Right now, at least. Still got a little ways to go. Definitely a little bit discolored, which is what we'd expect. Again, running this as hot as you have to at atmospheric pressure, it's going to decompose a little bit. One of these days I'll have to invest in a vacuum apparatus. I mean, we're still going at a good clip. It's definitely, like I said, slowing down, but let me grab the camera and show you here. Fucking shit. That's the rate we're moving at now. So still a decent clip, but you can see like we're not getting that super nice vapor front anymore. So it's not going as fast. It's starting to slow down. Which probably means I'm just gonna go ahead and remove heat. I've got, guesstimate, we'll say 400 to, around 400 milliliters of acid at this point. Yeah. Okay. We're pointed roughly the right way. Yes, we are. Okay. Let's go ahead and stop this and collect what we've made so far and see how it's looking. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. She's fuming. Oh. Breathing in nitric acid, it's surely good for you. Come on, buddy. Let's finish up. Yeah, because of the way I'm doing this, it's inevitably going to be a bit of a lossy process, unfortunately. But what can you do? I don't want to calculate yield. It'll be depressing. Not that I'm actually doing the reaction, so... Get out of there. I just don't want you to drip onto my welding table. if anything, you'd want to put the... You'd probably want to put the napalm into a vacuum chamber first to make sure to get out any dissolved gases. Warm it up to, like, I don't know, 80 degrees or something. We're fuming pretty good out of there, so I think we got some good nitric acid. Let's see, what can I put in there to catch any drips? I've got a cute little beaker for the little residual drippings to fall into. Stay. Stay. There. Fine, you can sit at a jaunty angle. There you go. That's fine. It's fine. Everything's fine. Okay. Yep. There we go. Look how much that guy is fuming just from the residual stuff left on the neck. That's what we want. That's what we're looking for. And here, yes, I know it looks like piss. I promise it isn't. But yeah, that's fuming just the way we want. Beautiful. All right. Let me grab some sulfuric acid and we'll try a real quick nitration. forgot the fucking cotton balls up there. Oh, I'll grab them in a second. So, traditionally, at least according to the patent I read from the fucking 1800s, the nitration mixture for gun cotton was typically half and half. Half concentrated sulfuric acid, half concentrated nitric acid. So we'll do 20 milliliters of each, sink a cotton ball in it and see how it does. That's about 20 milliliters. Okay. 20 milliliters of our fresh new red fuming nitric acid that's already dyed my finger. This is what nitric acid does to your skin, by the way. Turns it very orange. That's a bit more than 20, that's 25 or so, but that's fine. Maybe it'll just nitrate better. All right. Ah, got little splashes of acid on my feet. I can feel them. Ah. You can see this dish is just fuming like crazy. It's just ridiculous. And yes, it does hurt to breathe. All right. Grab some cotton balls. I'll put 3 in there. Let's see how that does. Wow, that is powerful. So the funny thing, whoops, got a little bit on my fingers. The funny thing about gun cotton is if you don't rinse it well enough after you've made it, the residual acid can actually, it'll auto-ignite because of the acid left on it. Come on. Not quite enough in here, honestly. It's not covering the cotton balls completely, which is a problem. All right. Let's get these out of the way. Rinse my fingers off. little bit more. Let's go with accidentally added 5 milliliters too much of nitric acid. So we'll do 15 milliliters of sulfuric. Milliliters of nitric. Right. Only spilled a little bit. Yeah, that's good. That's good. That's covering them. All right. I'm sure it's fine. Can't be that bad for you. Leave those in there for a little while. Woo! Gonna need to take a shower after this. Like I said, I can feel little droppies of acid on my feet. I'm wearing flip-flops. So I can feel little drops of acid right on the top of my feet. Very itchy. Now the other way we can make sure this nitric acid is of decent purity is actually to see what it does to nitrile gloves. Got that catching drips. Let's see, is there still a little bit in here? Yeah. There's still a little bit in there. Let me grab a little piece of nitrile glove. So, pure nitric acid, you actually don't want to wear gloves while working with them, because let's see if it'll do it. That's probably not enough. All right, not enough. Oh, maybe it's not as pure as I was hoping. That's problematic. That should be catching on fire, and it's not. Maybe this stuff isn't as pure as I hoped it was. Well, shit. Yeah, pure nitric acid will light nitrile gloves on fire. But, oh, there it goes. Yeah. Ouch. Yeah, so that's what it does to nitrile gloves. You can see why you don't really want to wear nitrile gloves while working with it. Oh, it smells fantastic, by the way. I guess maybe because it was a little bit cold. I mean, it just got done distilling, but it's still actually relatively cool. Because the distillation column never got too hot. Whoa! Ah! Yeah, can feel the acid on my fingers. Okay, gotta go rinse my hands again. I guess we'll see how these cotton balls do. Then the other thing is, I really don't know how long to leave it in the mixture. So, oh no. Oh, that's nice and hot. I was going to try and show you my reacted nitrile glove, but the beaker's still plenty hot. It's become a soup. It could be because of this. You know, I did notice the last time I tried those particular gloves, they didn't burn as well. We've got some like thin blue ones at work that were burning super good. I might have to grab some of those. I mean, it did do it eventually, for sure. God, look at all the fucking acid fuming everywhere now. Ridiculous. Let me go get the sulfuric acid back upstairs in the fridge before I break the bottle. With Might as well get this guy out of here. Again, minimize the amount of stuff I have laying around to knock off the table and break. I accidentally spilled some acid on my textbook there. Whoops! It's doing some very interesting things to the poly coating on the hardcover. I wonder if that'll accidentally set on fire. I should probably gonna have to put that textbook outside. Or at least in like a steel box or something. Because yeah, nitric acid is a powerful oxidizer. So kind of the same problem, like I said, the nitrocellulose can auto-ignite. Yeah, it can do that to really anything, so. Any paper, cotton, anything burnable, it can cause it to auto-ignite after it dries a little bit. So probably gonna have to put that textbook somewhere where a fire won't matter. I'll just throw it in the fucking right here. Bink. It's all dirt and concrete. That's fine. And yeah, as soon as the reaction like takes off with the gloves, it goes. Once it gets that kickstart of energy and heats up the acid a little bit, the acid starts attacking exponentially faster. So. That same patent I read that gave me the 50-50 nitration mixture of sulfuric acid and nitric acid, that was an industrial process. But I mean, they were talking about letting it sit there for days. So, probably takes a minute. Now, like I said, that was an industrial process, so we're talking tons and tons of gun cotton made. I think 3 cotton balls won't take anywhere as near that long, would be my guess. Wrong one. This one. All right. I'm going to go ahead and start cleaning up my apparatus here. little bit of acid left in there. Found something on the table. I'm getting fizzies off it. I got a little patch of spilled acid on my welding table I'll have to clean up. There's my distillation apparatus, flushed, rinsed. Over here. All right. And then that's what I've got left. So there's probably, that's still relatively concentrated nitric acid. Probably I could distill more, but I'm just going to go ahead and toss that. I think it's probably starting to get to the point that continuing the distillation will ruin what purity I have, if I have any. Nitric acid safely and responsibly discarded right into my yard. I'm sure it's fine. It's just a wee bitty bit of acid. It can't be that bad. Let's see. It's got a little bit of water in it, of course. It's fine. Would you stay? Here's what that nitrile glove has become. Well, it's very good at clearing off the burned on whatever soot and everything else off this welding table. So I guess there's that. That's all good. Yeah, water's getting a little bit warm. It should be okay. I wouldn't want to drink this coffee though. The fact it's fuming is usually a bad sign, I would think. At least in terms of edibility. Now the other thing is, every time I make these cotton balls, they end up, like gun cotton, when it's described in literature, they always say it's a little bit like orangey. But mine always comes out looking like there's a very, very slight yellow tinge. But for the most part, it's like perfectly white. I think that might just be because of the bleaching, because there will be little itty bitty spots that it's turned orange. And I guess that might be like leftover lignin or something, some kind of impurity. And cotton balls, I mean, modern cotton balls are highly refined, very bleached. It's very few things in them besides cotton, right? So I think that might be why that's happening. Because, of course, when they made gun cotton industrially, they'd use raw, somewhat unprocessed cotton, basically. So I think it's mostly just crap sort of in the cotton that causes that. All right, let's go ahead and feeder. I can't smell nitric acid on the glassware. It's probably good to go. Again, funnels are for the weak. That really does look like piss, doesn't it? All right. Well, sort of the problem with the fuming is that I can feel it makes you very itchy. I guess would be the way to put it. Because of course you get a little bit of acid on you and it itches like crazy. Funny actually, the advice I give my coworkers for the battery PM at work, which filling forklift batteries, is It's like, yeah, and by the way, if your hands or your arms start feeling itchy, stop what you're doing and go wash them because you've got acid on them. That's what's happening. Because of course, well, it's not so bad actually. We have these new style of battery fill things that you just, it's like a quick connect. You just snap it together and it automatically fills and cuts off when it needs to and all that. So it's not, but previously at the old facility, we'd have to physically take a wand, take the caps off, so each forklift has, I don't know, 20 or 30 something caps. On the battery cells, you have to physically take off, put the wand in, and fill the battery up, the battery cell. So you just, it was inevitable. You'd get a little bit of battery acid on you every single time. Well, let's see how that goes, shall we? Of the sum total of my knowledge of alcohol distillation is that you want to discard the first quarter of your distillate and the last quarter, or maybe it's like a fifth or something. You want to dispose of the first little bit, I guess they're called the heads, and then the center of your distillation is called the hearts, and that's the actual alcohol. Because what comes over first is like methanol in lighter products that are poisonous. So you throw those away. And then after all those have come over and you've gotten rid of them, then your ethanol starts coming over. After a while, your ethanol is gone and there's heavier products that are also poisonous. So you have to discard those. So you're only collecting sort of the middle portion of the distillation. The rest of it is trash. And not just trash, poisonous trash. So anyway, since I have to discard the first portion of the distillation anyway, hopefully the fumes and all that will kind of scour any remaining nitric acid left in there. I rinsed them out real good, of course, but excuse me. I really like this cheap ass fucking heating mantle I got. Works real well. How are you guys doing? By the way, I suppose it's worth mentioning, absolutely do not do anything like this nitration reaction or distilling nitric acid if you're about to go on a flight. The nitrogen products are what bomb dogs are trained to sniff. So if you go like through an international airport, you may be setting off some alarms. or I may be setting off some alarms. Hell, my discolored ass fingers would probably be enough to set off a few alarms. Because, like I said, I don't know if that's showing up. It turns you very orange. The nitric acid turns you orange. So it's very, very, very immediately apparent if somebody's been working with nitric acid. And of course, yeah, that it's not going to look good going through an airport. Which actually, I know it was a whole thing for a while. Especially British authorities were getting antsy about, what is it called, DET? No. There's a particular kind of primary explosive, primarily made with hydrogen peroxide, that it doesn't have nitrogen products in it. So bomb dogs were not, at least in the mid-2000s is when I remember reading this report from, bomb dogs weren't trained to smell it. And terrorists apparently cottoned onto that, or somebody was worried terrorists would cotton onto that and figure out how to bypass their bomb dogs. So it's like PET, DET, something like that. Is it? No, not that. Oh, what is it called? Yes, nitric acid. It was kind of funny. At one point, so I tried doing a distillation, and I got it going. It was actually, I was creating nitric acid from sulfuric acid and potassium nitrate. And I tried, because I couldn't add, that's starting to boil over. We're going to boil over soon. Got to turn that down. I was trying to add a little bit of extra potassium nitrate, excuse me. I was trying to add potassium nitrate after the reaction had already got going. God damn you. So I had a 2-neck flask. You know what, we might just have a little bit of suds come over. It's just, I don't think I'm going to be able to stop that at this point. Whoops! Anyway, I tried adding a little bit of, a little bit more potassium nitrate while the reaction was already going in a double neck flask. And as soon as I added it, big burst of nitric acid fumes came all the way up my finger, and like, it fucked my skin up, dude. It was not good. I guess we're gonna have a little bit of suds coming over. Whoops. Now again, I have to discard the first portion of it anyway, so. Now this is 5.9% by volume. So I'm not going to be able to get very much. Yeah. I wonder, do I have any orange spots on my feet? I don't have any orange spots on my feet. Interesting. How are you guys doing? Theoretically, I'm guessing I should be nitrating those cotton balls at, like, I don't know, above room temperature. Maybe like 70 degrees? Something like that. Oh well, we'll see if just having them in there longer is enough. I mean, it's worked so far. I do know if you, because I tried putting in some cotton balls and then putting a little flame under it. If you get it too hot, it starts digesting the cotton balls. So, like they start getting eaten. Ugh. Try to avoid the fume cloud. Not distilling yet, just trying to get the CO2 out of here, low and slow. Now get the CO2 out of the beer so it doesn't do this fucking suds shit. Which we are removing some of the CO2. There's little bubbles coming up in there. So that's what we want. So yeah, removing dissolved gases from a fluid is, what you want is high temperature, low pressure. Gases dissolve into liquids much, much easier at low temperatures and high pressures. So, again, don't have any vacuum apparatus, so I can't put it under vacuum. But I can heat it up a little bit. Looks like we got a lot of the CO2 out of there. I'm going to start pumping up the heat. I mean, yeah, fumes probably aren't super healthy to inhale, but at least I know when I'm doing it. It'll sure tell you about it. It's not one of those really, really spooky things that you won't even know while you're getting poisoned. This way, you'll know. Oh, you'll know. I can feel it. Still just taking out dissolved CO2 in the beer. I'm just glad the cheap-ass glassware I'm using is actually kind of coming in handy, it seems like. Because the surface finish isn't that great, I don't need to add boiling chips or anything like that. There's plenty of nucleation points on the glass itself. Or at least there seem to be. Because it doesn't seem to be having a problem gassing. Ugh. I really don't want to put a lid on this nitration reaction we've got going on right now, because from previous experience I can tell you any lid, any sort of lid you try to put on that will melt. Like, these fumes are nasty to, well, just about anything, really. I guess if I had a watch glass, I could put that on it. I ain't got one, so. Pump her up all the way, try to get it going. Nice and warm. Getting there. It's getting there. Could pull one of these out and see how, well, I mean, it's, I've got to rinse it and then dry it pretty thoroughly, so that might take a day or two. Like I said, you really want to be aggressive on the washing. If you do not get all of the nitration mixture out of the cotton ball, it can auto-ignite. So, which actually I haven't had happen yet, but it must be a big problem. One of the guys that discovered nitrocellulose, the way he did it is he wiped up a nitration reaction mixture with a rag. He spilled a little bit, wiped it up with a rag, disposed of the rag, and the rag lit on fire by itself. So, of course, industrially, it was a huge problem. The first several decades of nitrocellulose production were very dangerous. They didn't really quite have it buttoned down yet to a process that was 100% safe. So there were cases of nitrocellulose producers exploding. Because they'd have all this nitrocellulose they'd just made off in a warehouse, and unbeknownst to everybody, it didn't get rinsed well enough. And yeah, once it dried out, it spontaneously ignited. Again, that patent I read for the industrial production of nitrocellulose, it was recommending washing the nitrocellulose for several days, changing the water several times, really just going nuts rinsing it, and that was entirely necessary, especially when you're dealing with, you know, a very large quantity. It'd be very easy to not quite get all of it out. So I do wonder how much that affects my yield. Having the nitric acid able to fume off like that surely doesn't help with actually completing the nitration reaction. So I really do need to find something that I can seal properly. And not have it melt through. Because, like I said, the only thing I can think is like a glass cover. And it's got to be glass. Because, yeah, it'll eat through any sort of poly, any sort of metal. It'll just absolutely destroy it. I learned that one from experience, so. Starting to get there. It's toasty. Can't be far off now. I'm gonna have to pull it back again, huh? It's starting to get the suds real bad again. Come on. It's nice and hot by now. The surface tension should be too low for this shit. Alright, let's cool it off and let the suds die down. We are starting to get way too many of them. I gotta work on my posture. Notice I'm like this half the time? Golly. Been looking at my phone too much, I guess. Oh, no. Stop. Don't go up there. Stop. You son of a gun. You know, I really should have anticipated this problem. You suck. Why? Did that help? No, that made it worse. That made it substantially worse. All right, well, like I said, I have to discard the first part of the distillation anyway, so hopefully I can get rid of all that crap. It is, in fact, starting to boil, is the good news. The bad news is the suds, man. The foam. There's too much foam. Why are you so foamy? You shouldn't be that foamy. Not anymore. Like I said, surface tension should be fucking dead by now. Yeah, it's starting to clear up. Yeah, it's clearing up. All right. Okay. Let's go back. Give it a little bit of heat again. Let's see how that does. There we go. She still wants to try and sud, but it should be manageable at this point. I don't think we're getting any vapor yet. I think we're still just boiling off the dissolved gases. There is way too much goon foam. I hate it. Why are you gooning so much? Ah, now we're starting to get a vapor front. Hell yeah. There we go. Now we're getting something. All right. Yes, sirree, Bob. We are getting there. You motherfucker. You fucking stop. You fucking stop. Quit. I hate you. I hate you. Why you gotta be such a bitch? Oh. No. Oh, no. There's so much fucking crap coming over. Stop! Why do you like that? Why do you like this? And it's all gone terribly wrong, to be honest with you. But hey, I'm just going to say that might be cleaning out the glassware. We'll put a positive spin on this. Now we are getting a vapor front. We are getting actual distillation, but yeah, the first part is fucked. Because we are getting a lot of foam coming over. Oh, yeah, okay. As soon as I go to grab my fucking camera, you're done. Anyway, all that fucking foam. Now, I turned the heat off is why it's dying down, but you can see how cloudy and gross the mixture in here is. So, quite a lot of it came over. In fact, right in there. You can see how cloudy and gross and obviously contaminated my distillation is at this point. So, yield, again, it's going to be depressing. Probably better just not to calculate it. Come on. Ah, come on, you bitch. There we go. Should be pointed roughly correctly. Indeed it is. All right. I gotta go wash my feet. I accidentally spilled a bunch of the nitration mixture on the floor and then on my feet. So they had to go get rinsed real quick. It was hurting. It was hurting real quick. All right. Now, will this distillation behave nicely? gotta say, it's kind of strange how much, I guess, there's got to be a lot of fine particulate in this beer for it to be doing this. No, stop. Oh my God, dude. Oh, this stuff wants real bad to foam up and just be a bastard. Wow, that is going to be hard to control. All right, now let's... I guess I should take care of that spilled nitric acid, and the nitration mixture spilled on the floor, slowly eating the concrete. Should probably take care of that. Yeah. There's a little, there's a bullet mashed into the concrete here. Alright, that's done. Again, that can auto-ignite, so you can go live in there. See, this level of shit going wrong is what I expected for the nitration. Or not the nitration, the nitric acid distillation. I expected shit like this. So I'm really happy that didn't happen, at least. Jury's still out on how pure of nitric acid I actually made. I'd have to figure out the specific gravity for that. I'm not going to do that. So we're just going to hope. What is there that prayer can't accomplish, I ask you? Yeah, there's so much shit in this beer. It's just shocking, because it certainly doesn't look like there's, I don't know, maybe it's just, I don't know. Maybe there's something polymerizing a little bit? It's possible. what level of heat can I put you on that won't instantly cause you to foam the fuck up? Yeah, there's a bunch of cloudy junk in there. Weird. Could be cider. There almost certainly is a little bit of nitric acid still in the glassware, so could be that. Luckily, no sulfuric acid is. Well, I know sulfuric acid is toxic. I actually don't know how toxic nitric acid is. I wouldn't drink it, but I mean, I know I've breathed the fumes quite a lot. I've ingested quite a lot of nitric acid, in fact, and I'm not dead, so. Can't be that toxic. I mean, you've seen me hacking up the fucking nitric acid fumes, which all this stuff is just nitric acid. The fumes are, in fact, just nitric acid with water vapor. So, I have ingested quite a bit of nitric acid on this stream. In fact, you've heard me hacking and coughing when I get a breath full of this stuff. And that's happened plenty of times before. So, yeah, like I said, it can't be that toxic, otherwise I'd be dead by now. Probably like super carcinogenic, but that's okay. Cigarettes will fight it out. Okay, we're actually starting to get a vapor front, and the foam looks manageable. Looks like we might be there. Just a wee bit. Let's see. Yeah, now there's all kinds of crap in the fucking condenser. Ay, ay, ay. All right, we're starting to get actual condensate. Yeah, I wouldn't call that pure alcohol. There's definitely some junk in there because of the foam coming over. that shit out of there. Well, let's collect a little bit more. In fact, actually, let's collect quite a bit more. I've still got quite a bit of material to distill. Okay, all right, now we're starting to get a proper vapor front. Now we're starting to move some stuff. All right. And the suds are contained, controllable. I think we're off to the races now. So you can I guess I can grab the camera. The suds, when they came out, brought some chunkies with them. Like they brought some solid material. And that very clearly has nitrated a little bit. Like it's interacted with nitric acid. Because it's turned very, very orange. So, again, I know this glassware obviously is contaminated with nitric acid and probably sulfuric acid, probably a few other things, but hopefully it'll kind of clear out as the distillation goes on. We're actually getting a respectable amount of distillate now. Getting distillate, we're not getting foam over. There we go. All right. Yes. All right. Stay there for now. All right. Yeah, you can see that foam that traveled over really did a number on that. Let's see. out of there. Alright, still got a lot to distill, so should I discard some of that still? Probably. Yeah, there's still all kinds of crap in there. It's still cloudy. So I'm going to have to throw away a little bit more. Tell you what, it smells like alcohol. I guess I should say, this is technically illegal, but who cares? I mean, I don't think anybody, it's one of those things that it's a law that nobody cares about anymore, I'm pretty sure. Because you can go online now in the US and they're selling distillation kits, like marketed as such with example images saying, hey, you can distill your own liquor. And even though that's actually quite illegal in the United States, nobody gives a shit. People might care a lot more if you were actually selling it, which obviously is not the intention here, so. Yeah, let me sell my bum-ass fucking moonshine that I distilled in contaminated glassware. Alright, that should be enough to discard at this point. It's much clearer than it was. I think we might be past the contamination problem, at least the worst of it. Obviously, we're far past the point where perfection is possible. It ain't gonna happen, so. It's gonna be kind of a, well, it seems like it might be good enough. Oh yeah, there we go. Now we're getting a nice clear product. Still got to do it nice and slow because of the suds. At least this stuff you don't have to worry about decomposing. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Nice and clean and clear, that's what we want to see. Let's try turning her up here. Try to get this going a little bit faster. Moving and grooving a little bit? Yeah. Okay, vapor front is making it a lot further. Let's go ahead and dump this and clean it out. Let that distillation continue. Got my nice clean shot glass. Because I am still worried about those floaties. Just gonna let it oh yeah. Yeah, that smells like alcohol. Ah, it's delicious. There's actually there's a plant that I drive by every day on the way to and from work that makes ethanol industrially for adding to gasoline, and it smells so good. I gotta be honest with you. The distilled liquor, it just smells good. It's hard to describe, but you can very obviously tell when they're distilling a run, and it smells fantastic. It's still got little floaties in it though. That foam contamination really did a number on it. But it does look and smell like alcohol overall, so. I want no more floaties. Can I have one without floaties, please? What rations? No, it's not time yet. It's still too early for supper. It's 4:30. You dingus. Oh, please. You get fed around 6. Moving now. Yeah, there we go. That one's looking nice and clear. The most work anyone's put into getting one shot. I might not even get a shot out of this, to be honest. To be fair, I'm quite sure it's going to be absolutely disgusting, so I might not want a full shot. I've still got contaminants in here. That's not going to be good enough to keep. Let's throw her out. Now we're getting some clear product. Something that looks a little bit like how I would expect it to. Yeah, okay, so a standard shot is about 50 milliliters. At least in the United States. Let's see, 12 fluid ounces times 5, well, 0.56. 12 fluid ounces times. You can't even get a full shot from one of these beer cans, at least not, well, you can, let's see. We're moving now, though. We are moving. Grab the camera and show you guys. We're getting a lot of transfer over now. We're moving pretty quick. And you can see all that, the cloudies and contamination from the foam. Like I said, there's actually got to be some fine, solid particulate in there for that to happen. And you can see those little flecks of orange? I'm pretty sure that's whatever the little solids are reacting with some leftover nitric acid. Whoops, too far over. Did it zoom? Whoops, I accidentally hit the zoom on it. Better zoom out. Oh, I was zoomed in that entire time? Oh no. We are almost there. We've almost got a shot collected. Rations, it's not time yet. Meow. Meow. Oh, you. All right, we're just under 40 milliliters of collected, hopefully, ethanol. What rations? Or rations. He's still begging for supper even though it's too early. Yeah. All right. So there's what we got. Nice and clear. So that's a good start. Still a handful of floaties in there. It smells like alcohol, but There's something else in there, it feels like. That's not alcohol. Well, that didn't work. That doesn't taste like alcohol at all. It smells like it, but I'm not sure what that is. Well, presumably it's mostly alcohol and water, but I guess a lot of water came over too, because like it's definitely not very strong. I don't know what that is. I'm not drinking that. I wonder if it's because you break down the math, there's less than a fluid ounce of actual alcohol per can. So I wonder if I've already gotten past the alcohol. I've already thrown away all my alcohol. And now I'm just distilling water, basically. I bet you that's what's happening. All right, well, at the very least, it'll help clean out the glassware. So there is that. Again, really simple, quick, cheap, easy, dirty way to clean the glassware is just do a water distillation in it. All right, well, this will continue, and hopefully tomorrow or maybe the day after, I'll be able to show you some new nitrocellulose, hopefully. Yeah, I'm almost certain I've gone past the alcohol in this. It's all gone already. All right, well, see you guys. I'm gonna get out.